Is it facing the right way? Yeah, good enough. Good enough. There's some food in my mouth. Hold on, I'm gonna post on the tweeters what we're doing today. We move into UE5. Yeah, we were on UE4 before, and now we were on Unreal Engine 3. But you know, it's finally time to upgrade, right? Live. Adding water swimming to our Cauldron Chronicles. You know, you gotta use the name always. And then maybe some Elden Ring later if we have the time. Hashtag game dev. Indie dev. UE5. If you're joking, if actually moving to UE5 or we're on 5 all along. No, we were on 5 all along. I'm just putting it there so that, because a lot of people when they come in, they mention that, hey, you're making this game on Unreal Engine 5. I don't see many Unreal Engine 5 game devs here on Twitch, so I don't know. Maybe it's just if people are looking for that. We're testing, new title stuff just to see if it works. It is what it is. But first, I wanted to watch this. I saw a couple clips of it. I have judgments, but I want to see the whole thing. Oh, don't do that. Stop it. You'll miss it. Okay. Alright, I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Ubisoft, just show me. Show me something good, please, for once. For once, tell me that with all the money behind you, you have learned how to make open world games fun. Okay? Show us your innovation that you have as a large company with hundreds of people, all of that creativity. Show me where you can take open world experiences. Please. How did she survive that? You can't just... What happened to her foot? How did she survive this? The finance report stakeholders reported Outlaws as the most highly anticipated game with positive... What, in the world? Or in their arsenal? If this is their most highly anticipated games in their arsenal... then this is not saying great things for Ubisoft. The particles. Here's the thing. Okay, you know what? We'll watch this because I want to say something, because some of the clips I saw, I would like to watch some Battlefront 1. Like EA's Battlefront gameplay. But we'll watch this first. There's a reason I want to do it. Daily in 3 minutes? It's okay. I turned 10-minute videos into 2 hours anyway, so I'm sure you'll be back soon.
IGN first is Star Wars Outlaws. We'll be diving deep into Massive Entertainment's open world adventure into a galaxy far, far...
What has Massive Entertainment made? They've made something that I liked before, right? They made, Massive made The Division, didn't they? Yeah. And I was hoping that they would bring some of that, not only to Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which they didn't do. Although the game looked, the game was pretty looking. But it looks like they didn't bring any of that here either. But we'll see.
Away throughout July, with new behind-the-scenes looks and features. We've already explored how Massive brought the cinematic spectacle of Star Wars into an open galaxy setting. And
cinematic spectacle, as you show some pretty standard-looking ship-to-ship
Now
combat.
we're thrilled to bring you a full mission of exclusive gameplay. Taking place on the classic desert planet of Tatooine, this expert mission takes Kate on a journey involving a Jawa and a Sarlacc pit as she journeys from the sand to the
spoilers.
stars. Enjoy.
I kind of thought that they were bigger than this, but maybe that's just me. I always thought the sand crawlers were a lot bigger. Am I crazy? I'm sure they got the scale pretty accurate, but I don't know.
Hey, I heard you could put a turret on my ship. I'm sorry?
She said she'll put a turret anywhere if you give her a tooth. Forgive the intrusion, but I sensed you needed an interpreter.
Oh, thanks, but I'm not giving her a tooth.
No, not your tooth. A Sarlacc tooth. One from its second
I see three in here.
Second mouth. Oh, you won't take credits?
She says if you won't pay for breakfast, you can eat sand for free.
I will say this, I'm sure that there are some people out there that are like, oh, this looks like a PS2 game. I mean, obviously that's not true. But I'm not really going to criticize a game for how it looks fidelity-wise, as long as the art direction is consistent, right? And the art direction is good. Obviously, Elden Ring is not the most graphically high-fidelity game. But the art direction is 11 out of 10 on that game. So, you know, it looks fucking amazing. So I just, I want to clear that up, that I'm not going to go into detail of, oh, some of these textures look pretty shitty, or blah, 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 or, you know, lip sync is kind of bad. It's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, if the writing is good and the gameplay is fun, I'm not really going to care if the lip sync is a little off. Ghost of Tsushima doesn't even have lip syncing for the Japanese dub. Right, and I played with the Japanese, or not the Japanese dub, I'm sorry, well, no, it would be technically Japanese dub, but it, it didn't bother me because the writing was good, the gameplay was excellent.
A Jawa proverb.
No, I get it. I'll get the tooth. But that turret better be good.
You have a deal? How exciting. You know, this reminds me of my time negotiating with the Trade Federal.
No, there's a lot of work being put into these cutscenes.
Hey, Andy, you know where I can get a Sarlacc tooth?
Sarlacc.
And you need to find its pit. I'd start in the Dune Sea.
Okay. Another cut.
What is that?
Okay, is there a...
Stay sharp, Kay. A pristine Sarlacc tooth is worth a lot on the black market.
Is there anything here?
You saying I'll have competition?
Dead Sarlaccs get scavenged fast. Anyone else looking for a tooth won't be coming alone.
Okay, hold on a sec. Was there actually anything here in this?
Stay sharp.
Like, I'm not saying that you have to have, like, this dense... If you have this open world area, you have to make it dense. But it is a little weird that there's just, like, nothing to do here. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, Starfield, there should be something on every planet. But, like, seeing the Sarlacc is cool. But I would hope for maybe there's, like, a couple ways to scavenge some ammo, or whatever, some materials just before you go there, because assumedly there's going to be, like, a fight or something, right? I don't know. I mean, this looks like you can go there and scavenge some stuff.
I'll have competition?
Dead Sarlaccs get scavenged fast. Anyone else looking for a tooth won't be coming alone.
But it's like they keep cutting during this mission to show it. If it were interesting, they wouldn't need to cut the video, right? So by cutting out driving to the quest location, you've kind of admitted that what you have on that drive to the quest location is just really not that interesting. So I don't really get it. Some Huttese. Is some Tuscan Raiders or something? No, Tuscan Raiders don't speak Huttese, do they? Some Raiders. Some pirates, they stole games. That's their crime.
We're going in next.
I mean, aren't these teeth here? Couldn't you just like just jump over and just grab one of these? Am I crazy? Maybe you need one of like the inside ones.
We're going in next. Okay, that's one mouth down.
It's so weird that those raiders didn't hear her. Back to vial.
Ugh, it's kind of leathery.
Okay.
Okay, the Jawas have arrived at the ship.
Did they bring a turret?
They did. They have yet to confirm that it works.
Okay, well, you keep an eye on that.
Okay, we get it. It's a fucking cave.
Find a way down to the bottom of this pit.
They're just like looking around like, huh? Huh? Oh. I don't know how old some of you guys in chat are, but this is like very standard E3 levels of gameplay back when E3 was a thing. It's like this just not just scripted gameplay, but it just feels so fake in some regards. And it was, I would say this is actually better than E3. E3 was really, really bad, especially with multiplayer games. They would script conversations between the people playing it. So you would have them like playing some multiplayer racing game or something, and all of their banter would just feel so cringy, so bad. It's probably pretty funny to look back on now, but during the time, I don't know, it was just cringe. They still do that sometimes, to be honest. Like mobile game ads where they get somebody to say, "Oh, no, this game is actually really good. Holy shit! Oh, okay, we're gonna grab the 200 soldiers. Oh, ×2." So remember the gameplay reveal for The Division? I vaguely remember that. Maybe you guys are hearing. I don't know if you guys have like better headphones than me. I know I'm just using kind of like standard headphones, but the sounds don't sound that good. They sound like muted or something. The gun sounds. Like they don't have the proper. I don't know. That's why I said like I saw a couple clips of this and I wanted to watch Battlefront 1 from EA, where they used, I think they had access to the models and sounds from the movies, and the recreation, from what I remember, was excellent. Was so good. I mean, the game had issues for sure, but the sounds and the environment in EA Battlefront 1 was top notch. Still to this day, I think it looks really good. Gee, I wonder what's in this car. Oh, Algren. Holy shit, maybe I should watch that again. It sounds so good.
Well, that worked.
You see what they? I'm okay. This is not. I'm not going to critique the devs here for this, but you can clearly see after these are shot that they specifically walk around them because the character doesn't have collision with these rocks, and they don't want to show that. Exactly. Like, and I think that's fine, but it's just kind of funny. Like, watch how she'll specifically walk around these rocks as best as she can. But very clearly, the character does not have collision with them. How's it going, Caden? It's going good. We're just, I wanted to watch this because I saw some clips and it did not look that great to me, so I need to, I want to be accurate with it.
What do you see?
Am I the only person that doesn't like, press a button to show things you can collect in your surroundings? This is Star Wars Outlaws, the new open world Star Wars game coming from Ubisoft. Stuff like Witcher Sense, investigative mode, these sonar pulses to reveal collectibles.
Phew, the tooth, finally. Sorry, droid. I need this more than you.
You buy a turf from some Jawas and then risk your life in a cave.
Finally. What's your status?
It's not even a cave, it's a sarlacc.
Now I just need to get out of this pit. Why? You worried about me?
About you? No. Hurry, please.
Jawas. I'm sorry, how do you survive that? You know what I really enjoyed about like Uncharted, and I think Tomb Raider did similar things, is in a lot of cases when Nate or Lara Croft survived something, they would still be very injured and hurt. And, it was still like an action game, so it's not like they were spent time in a hospital, right, recovering. But I like that, these characters could actually get hurt and exhibit some pain, and, I don't know. It's just kind of like, okay, a grenade lands at her feet and it blows her away and somehow she survives it. Now she'd be full of shrapnel. Her back would be littered with holes. But yeah, just brush the dust off.
That's my tooth.
Wait, we're cutting? Wait, what? You have a chase sequence?
Hey, come back here. That's my tooth.
Through the deserts of Tatooine and you just cut? It's like, again, they cut out something that's, like, now I don't know if it's interesting. What, like, is it just a chase sequence where you literally are just following them back to Tatooine? And that's it? Or, back to the city, I forget the name on Tatooine. Okay, so we're gonna get some combat now. Let's see what the combat's like.
All right, Nix, go get him.
There's stealth. Christine.
Someone nearby? All this for a tooth.
That was a very long slide for having almost no acceleration. She has like a light jog and she just she just slides for like 2 seconds.
They're headed for us. Oh, got the tooth. I should get out of here.
I don't know, it just looks generic. Like, it's not that it looks bad. But I mean, how much does this game cost? Hold on, Star Wars Outlaws pre-order. It's a $70 game. That was a waste.
Going loud. Oh!
Like, again, they cut. It seems like they're just afraid of showing off. I'll put it this way. You know how in Elden Ring you have a lot of riding of torrent between locations? But that a lot of the times the riding doesn't feel boring because there's not only things to draw your attention, but the vistas themselves are very beautiful. So, you know, I don't think that they would... I wouldn't want to Elden Ring, you know, first look at gameplay to cut those segments out, because the world itself is just so immersive and enjoyable. It's weird to me that they're cutting so much out of this when it's supposed to be like they're showing off a full mission, but they're not showing the full mission. They're just showing segments of the mission. It doesn't give me a good sense of pacing of these missions. Is it meant to be non-stop action? Is it meant to be, you know, sections of action, sections of exploration? You know, they had a chase here that they entirely cut out, the combat that they only showed half of. Did they show me all the mechanics in the combat? Now I don't know. We're gonna get another cut.
Okay, the Jawas are getting impatient.
How can
You know, and I don't know if there's side content to explore in here because they haven't shown any of it. They haven't even, like, had her ride past one and say, had her character say, maybe I should check that out later. You know, when it gets marked on the map. At least then I can say, okay, so there is side content to check out, and I can check it out in the midst of a mission or at a later time.
tell?
They're trying to disassemble me.
Okay. I'm headed back to their boss now, alright? Just, try to stay in one piece. Here.
Cut
Straight
again.
from the, second mouth. That's
Another one
good,
for my collection.
right?
Oh, yes. I love watching the wheels of commerce in motion.
Ah, Criff. It's hot, Nix.
Okay, a laser turret for your ship. Okay. Wait, what is this screen? I guess this is specifically for this quest. It shows you how many of the things I don't really understand. They collect those teeth like Spoon collects spoons, that's true. Spurs Star Wars Bounty Hunter is being re-released in just over a week. That's a video game. That's true. Okay, cleverly disguised loading screen. Here we go. By the way, I mean, I don't mind the loading screens. It's like, it's a natural thing that we have to deal with right now in game dev. Obviously, they're loading quite a lot in between the planets and whatnot, so it just is what it is. But at least, you know, let's call it what it is. It's a loading screen.
Turret is active, Kay.
We'll have more exclusive looks at Star Wars.
That's it. When is this game coming out? Because they haven't showed much of this. I mean, it just looks serviceable. I guess the word that I can use here is serviceable. It just looks serviceable. Like, it doesn't look great, it doesn't look bad, it just looks like another open world game with Ubisoft's open world formula. Which, for me, it's kind of becoming stale. I don't know how to feel about it. They're back. I want us to look at something. Star Wars Battlefront 1 gameplay. Let me just look at 4K. If I type that, maybe it'll pop up. I wanted to watch this because something in my mind, I bought this game. I enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't a perfect game. But one thing I remember quite distinctly about Battlefront 1 from EA was that the game looked exceptional and sounded exceptional. And I want to get some gameplay of that. I want to see just some like normal ass gameplay here. And I mean, this was in 2015, I think, was when this came out. And I don't know, everything looked beautiful and sounded very authentic to Star Wars. Oh my god, the bitrate on stream is gonna go to hell with this, I apologize. Oh, let me get some ground gameplay. Maybe that'll sound a bit better.
Flamethrowers operational.
It definitely sounds a bit better. A little bit more authentic than what I saw in Star Wars Outlaws. I mean, also playing as Boba Fett is just really fun. And I think one of the things that helped this too, if we go back to like that Jack Frags gameplay, fighting against like the AT-ATs and the ATSTs were really great. Oh, he's playing some music over that. I mean, either way, you can still hear some of the sound effects. I think they're pretty damn good. Gotta head out? Yeah, take care, Caden. Good luck, man.
Our walk is exposed. Keep the rebels away from it.
Oh yeah, I mean, those thermal grenades sounded great. Yeah, something about this. The game just... I think this game was actually pretty damn good. Eight years ago.
So hey guys.
Prepare to defend yourselves until we can get there.
DICE has good tech. Yeah, the tech, I think, behind this... I would say that to some extent this game still looks so fucking good today. And I think everything regarding the sound design, especially with the echo and reverberation in this canyon, is so goddamn good. It's like listen to those sharp sounds reverberate.
Defensive position. They're coming in again. Look out for those shock troopers. Heavy blast.
Oh my god, it's so good.
A drop pod should be landing near your location. Very impressive.
Yeah, there's just something about it that I think is much better. This does not look like game development. No, this is my game now. Yeah, do you like it? Added a couple of static meshes.
Imperials now entering the area.
I do like the survival mode in this game. I really enjoy the single player of this game.
Imperial sharpshooters.
Although I think this was co-op. Yeah, the sounds are just so much better. Same with the VFX as well. They seem very authentically Star Wars. I know there were problems with the second Battlefront, but I think Star Wars Battlefront 1 was actually pretty damn good. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the sounds were ripped. I think they even said that they did that. Like, they said a lot of the models and the sounds, I think, were directly taken from the Star Wars vault because they wanted it to be authentic.
As soon as possible.
What I also really enjoyed is that you can watch... So, like, these pods that fall...
Watch for the drop pod we just sent you.
They get launched from space. It's pretty damn cool. But I don't know if he's going to show that.
We've identified the position of another escape pod.
And you can watch them fall from space. It's pretty cool.
We're capturing the escape pod. Picking up enemy signals.
Yeah, Helldivers had that. I wouldn't be surprised if they were inspired a little bit too.
PST detected. Scanners indicate another enemy wave.
I think the stormtroopers being a bit inaccurate is actually pretty accurate. Pretty good. Hey, girly bits. It's good to see you. Been a while. Yeah, I like the lingering VFX, the lingering, you know, trails of, like, the sparks. It just... I mean, that's also cool. That's also really fucking cool. I forgot that if you shoot their jetpacks, they go flying and explode. Pretty great. Taking a break now. We were just watching Star Wars Outlaws before getting into it and comparing Outlaws and Battlefront 1. Can't wait to alchemize the entire AT-AT and Cauldron Chronicles in the late post game to kick Cauldron Wars off. God damn it, you guys. Already figuring out my sequel ideas. Troopers being inaccurate was one of the best scenes in Mandalorian. I really liked Mandalorian. Season 1 and 2. Everything after Season 2 was just not great. But Season 1 and 2 were very good. And I think getting rid of Gina Carano was really stupid. Let's jump in. I liked Mando. I think what they did too with Book of Boba Fett was really shit at a certain point, and everything after that. I mean, we have Acolyte. Ugh. Gina Carano. I forget what her character's name was on Mandalorian. What's her character? Cara Dune. Is Blue Dick Boy and Red Dick Man gonna have a lightsaber fight? Yes. I see a Schwartz is as big as mine. That's literally them. This is Blue Dick Boy and Red Dick Man.
You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
That's literally them. Ooh, I forgot how good it looked. God damn. Look at this. Look at this. Since when did our water look so good, huh? Who made it look this good? But I'm making your grass look a bit thirsty. Okay, I remember where we left off yesterday. Okay, we had a couple problems. Number one, you can still hear the sounds of the rain when you go underneath. That was something I just didn't get to yesterday. And I think what I want to do is change some of the logic. So it's not that when you're swimming that we turn off the ambient sounds and we hide some of the weather effects, but it's specifically when you're above water. So whatever handles the sound occlusion is probably what we want to hook this up to. Because the sound occlusion handles it perfectly, and I think it's whenever your head is considered underwater, or when the camera is considered underwater. And that's ultimately what we want to base our logic off of. But other than that, I think it looks pretty damn good. I also, and I'll show you guys this now, I found... Okay, so long story short, I was looking at producing another game on stream, and I was going through my asset packs to see what we could do to quickly get a prototype made, right? And I found an old Humble Bundle that I had purchased and just never claimed like 15 to 20 asset packs for in Unreal. So I have a ton of new stylized assets, and one of them is underwater assets. I think it was this one. And I didn't see it too closely, but it looked kind of alright. Like some of the stuff we could use. Especially some underwater ruins or something, or some of the fish would be kind of cool. These vents are kind of nice too. Okay, so it won't be Coin Dozer. I know you're going to be really disappointed with me when you hear that. But there's a reason for it. And it's not that we won't ever make the Coin Dozer game, but that won't be done immediately. We'll do the Coin Dozer, but there's a different game called Decimation that we have about a dozen people willing to volunteer some time to make, but a lot of them just need like that first step to be taken. And I want to do that on stream because I have trouble finding time to do it on my own. So I'd rather just dedicate some time to it, get it off the ground, and then I can hand it over to some other people and some other teams. And I can just kind of take a more directorial, lead design kind of approach with it. And I can say, we have a designer who's ready to do some work on it. We have some programmers, some 3D modelers, some level designers. We have enough people to get it going. I just need to get the baseline set up so that some of these juniors can step in and know what they need to do, right? And get some tasks going. Volunteer base. I wonder how that will turn out. Exactly as you and I both know it will turn out. We know it. We've been there a million times. It's kind of like Cauldron Chronicles, right? Where I think I've mentioned I fully expect and am willing to do all of it alone. Because I can bring volunteers on, but we all know where it's going to lead to. So I'm just kind of already accepted it. Where's the... What do you think handles the sound for this? What do you think handles the sound occlusion? Let's see if there's something in the components. I can help. What can you do for me? What can you do for me, huh? Swimming component. Update swimming state. I don't think it's this though. Like, we have a swimming state boolean, but it doesn't actually control anything. So there's got to be somewhere else where it handles the sound. Let me look up under. Water source under. Okay, so we need this. We'll do a reference viewer and see if we can trace back where this is all controlled. Flux data audio component. That might be it. There are fish boosts. There are saying that knowing that I know zero about game dev. You know more about game dev than some of the people in publishing that I've worked with. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. But you already know what a game designer does, so you already know more than a lot of people, to be honest. Game designers legitimately are some of the most misunderstood creatures of game dev. Nobody knows what we do. Oh, a fish cracker, nice. Game designer, you mean game developer? You mean you program? Well, yes, but I'm not a programmer. Oh, so you mean you make the art? Well, no. Oh, so you make the levels? Well, no. So what do you do? It's like the that Office Space. Hold on, maybe I can get another clip for this. Office Space.
What you do in Initech is you take the specifications from the customer.
This is game designers.
And you bring them down to the software engineers.
Yes, that's right.
Well, then I just have to ask, why couldn't the customers just take them directly to the software people, huh?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because engineers are not good at dealing with customers.
So you physically take the specs from the customer?
Well, no, my secretary does that, or they're faxed.
So then you must physically bring them to the software people.
Well, no. Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
So you must program the game right. Well, no, sometimes.
What would you say you do here?
Well, look, I already told you. I deal with the goddamn customers so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
It's exact. Those game designers. I want to make anything or sell anything, right? Updates. So okay, where's the? Wait, flux data audio component. Audio source. Spawn sound at location. No. How do we know what the audio is though? This is river source. Draw debug. Niagara particle system find possible location of source based on simulation data. Algorithm finder will be improved to support multiple audio sources. So is it handled through Niagara? I don't understand. How do we know if the player is actually underwater? Having to mediate between clueless customers and tired of this shit engineers is a fun job. Made it this far, so clearly you're more qualified. It's true. Coastline domain. Maybe it's this BP flux surface. Events. I still don't understand what event is called when the player goes underwater. Nah, this is mainly for handling the, like, how it looks, how it acts. This isn't handling what happens when the player goes underwater. Okay, water source under, so crossfades by parameter. What parameter? Surface distance. Okay. Where do we send that parameter? Surface distance. Where's my search button?
FBI, open up!
Oh, shit. No one's home. Update camera. Okay, hold on. Audio. So an update camera, underwater visibility. We do the switch on audio here. Volume, audio near surface. Bingo. So it isn't BP flux surface, okay. Interesting. What value does that parameter have to be in order to be considered underwater? Oh wait, there's a hold on, there's a boolean. Is camera under surface? Where is this called? That's exactly what we want to call. Tell an update camera. Test volume and camera overlap. I could put it here. It's kind of weird, but I could put it here. Or just make another call to, like, the... You know what, I'll set it up in the... We shouldn't put it here. We should put it in the function library. Should we? Function library. Yeah, we could do it. Yeah, we could do it there. Update weather effects and sound underwater. Is camera underwater? Not today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
See, that's what you have to play there. Update weather effects and sound. I guess we'll just do update weather effects and sound water. I'm as good as that one shooter. Oof. Speaking of, holy shit, did you see the I don't know if you guys saw or if you cared, but the director of the Secret Service got fucking cooked yesterday. Live. From the Congressional Oversight Committee. Holy shit, did she get cooked. Normally a lot of these committees are like, you know, they're attacking one they're attacking some politician or somebody, and it's one-sided, right? You have the Republicans roasting somebody and the Democrats, you know, supporting them, like, oh, you know, maybe you just didn't do this thing, it's fine, you know, whatever. Or it's the other way around, right? Democrats are roasting, Republicans are like, oh, maybe you just didn't do this thing. Yesterday was wild. The Secret Service director, she was getting cooked by both sides. Everybody was saying, I don't even know how you still have a job, you should be fired. Would you like to draft your resignation letter right now? It was pretty great. Okay, is camera underwater? I want to move some of the things that we put in here. Did we put something here? Where did we put it? We put it in the components yesterday and in the player character. I want to update the weather volume multiplier though to about 10% of what it is. So we need to get the sound class. So is camera underwater? We want to get sound class. Get volume of weather. Or we'll make a function to cache weather volume mult. Cached weather volume mult float set and we're going to want to call that in two places. So number one, when the player goes underwater, Or I guess at the start of the game, we want to cache weather volume molt. Get actor, ambient. Because, you know, if the player goes underwater and then they change their weather volume, we need to recache that so that when they appear back above water, we return it to the volume that is intended and not to the volume that it was before, right? It's just important that we cache that and we save it at the appropriate times. So number 1, save it there. So as long as they last, gotta be up in 5 hours, Jesus. Love you, my little Microraptor. One day we will have plushies and you can have an actual Microraptor. Or we can get you a shirt. We can get you a Microraptor t-shirt. How about that? With whatever your new size of t-shirt is. Because I assume you're going to need some new shirts with all the weight you've lost. And that'll help keep you fitting within that shirt. Because you won't want to outgrow it again. What am I doing? When the player adjusts options. Okay, so we want to go into the UI, options. Not happening? That's good. Apply options. Where do we set the sound? Here. Not here. It's a lifestyle now and too important? Damn. True. So true. Am I crazy? Is this not where it's done? Oh, it's because it's when did we directly change? I remember now. Yeah, right here. Bye-bye, sleep well. Cache, and then we want to cache when the player goes underwater as well. Okay, is camera underwater true? Cache the weather volume molt. And we want to set volume multiplier of class weather to, we're going to try 0.1 for the moment. Although if we wanted to, we could use the distance that the player is underwater to change the volume a bit. That would be cool. So when you're closer to the surface, you hear more of the weather effects, but as you go down, you don't hear as many. I like that. Tithe Farm sucks. There's a lot of mini games in OSRS that I just can't do for like more than an hour. Like, okay, I've done it. Back to something else. Which is also why I don't like grinding out one skill until like 99. I like switching skills. How do I want to do this, though? I'm thinking we could send info to here and run on tick a while loop. B, is camera underwater? Camera distance under surface. But while true, we will lerp. We'll do a lerp. Between 0, so we want to normalize to range for a float. The camera distance under surface between 0. I don't actually know what like the... I'm gonna have to print out some of this info. Let me put that here. Print string. We won't connect that up just yet, but I will connect up printing the camera distance under surface. Just want the herb sack before I go do my Slayer task. Yeah, getting herb sack is pretty nice, especially for like doing herbivore, doing herb runs. Although you can just note the herbs with the leprechauns, so whatever. Which I didn't know about for the longest time. I would do farm runs and I would just have everything in my inventory and I would have to drop it or bank it. And I didn't know you could just note it by from the leprechaun. Oops. Okay, so we'll print that. We need to send this information. So while the camera is underwater, we need to send this data here. Probably from here. Is there a variable for this? Camera near surface is a float. Audio near surface. Flux fluid height. Yeah, see, I don't know which one of these is like the distance between... There is this audio near surface parameter. Fade out surface distance. Let me try sending this information over. Let me send this audio near surface parameter. Actually, I'll just cache the actor. Where's begin play? Time of day. Okay, get, and then we'll do distance. Get camera distance under, set camera distance under surface. And that should be printed every second. Yeah, that isn't doing it. Colors look a little bit weird. We can adjust that later though. It's not important right now. So it's not this. Maybe it is flux fluid height. Let me try sending this one over. Nope. Nope, nope. There's like this audio fall off distance, but I don't know if that's just set in, yeah, it just says 500. Can't be that. Couldn't I get the distance between the actor and the player? Distance 2D. Get actor location. Get player character. Actually, with the player, I want to get the camera. Where's the camera? World location. But it'll just be from the world origin of the flux surface, so I can't really do that. Yeah, no, this won't work. This won't work. I mean, I can always do like a trace, but there's probably already traces happening, right? There's something controlling the distance. Yeah, actor surface distance Z. That's distance required to activate swimming. Okay. But there's literally update Z difference. Actor 2 surface distance. Hey Olivia, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's send this one over. Get actor of class. Let's do that. Ambient time of day. Time of day ref. What we're trying to do right now is update the weather sounds so that they are muted when underwater, but as you go deeper within the water, they become more muted until you can't hear them anymore. So just a more immersive way of doing the sound when the camera is under the water. But in order to do that, I need to send some information over to our audio handler. I'm trying to figure out if there's a float that is already being used to determine the distance between the camera and, like, how far the camera is underwater, we should say. This might just be the actor itself, though. We'll see. Yeah. Whoa. I assume that it's changing like that so much because of the waves. Okay. We're on the right trail for this. The only issue I see is that this is directly the actor and not character movement component. So it's going to be getting the world origin of the actor location. I'd rather get, for this specifically, the camera. Get owner, cast to BP, first person character, camera. Get location, and then we will do the exact same math here. That's annoying. All right, let's test that one. See if it's any better. Okay, so this should change. Anything negative, it means we're above water. I think that looks pretty good. Let me do a is camera underwater. Actually, I'll just call this before. Hold on, delete that. Before we go into the branch. Print, and then we need to update this properly. So on flux surface, test volume and camera overlap. Get ambient time of day ref. Or actually just set camera. What did I call it? Update weather effects and sound. Is camera under surface? We should now be printing that information. Okay, false. You can see it's a little bit true sometimes. It's weird though, so it's not... Hold on. But it's not using that boolean to determine volume. Okay, yeah, as far as I can tell, it's not using the boolean of is the camera underwater to determine the volume of the waves. And I think that utilizing that boolean would be Not great. Or we can utilize the Boolean, but we should double it up with the information of how far the camera is underwater. There should be a threshold before this kicks in. It should be, is camera underwater, and is camera distance under surface greater than, I don't know, we can say, let's test it out first. I'll try to get some accurate info here. I don't think it's 0. I can try 0 though. We'll start there. Okay, if those are true, and I think we're updating those properly, we want to normalize to range the camera distance under surface between 0 and... Well, let me test that as well. What's the maximum range that we want to be able to hear weather effects under the water? Or at the very least, you know, where is the... Oh, infinite loop detected. Well, yeah, because I... Shut up. It's not an infinite loop though, but go for it. Shit. Probably down to 1,000 maybe? 1,200? So normalized to range 1,200. I think it will clamp it too. Or it'll essentially just return the min or the max, right? And then we do an alpha between... Zero's closer to the surface, so we want to do... Maybe 0.2 to 0. Set volume for sound class weather. We even didn't do a while loop, we can just do a branch. We shouldn't need to set that. Although, hold on. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that if we went below the Z level of the surface in like somewhere else, like a cave, that it didn't update that info. So it should be safe. So we shouldn't need to mess with that. We'll just directly set the volume, or when the player is not underwater, we can quickly fire do once for... What do we need to do? We need to reset the volume multiplier back to the cached volume. So take the cached ambient, or no, the cached weather volume mult. Theoretically, this should work. We should immediately hear the rain sounds get quieter. Let me pause that. Mute everything else. So we can hear them a little bit. I can mess with the EQ so that they sound a little bit more muted, maybe, like when you're actually underwater. Because right now they're just quieter. And as you get deeper, they should entirely disappear. A little bit of a delay, isn't there? I think it's because of the tick rate here. We've set the actor tick rate down a lot. Where is it? Tick intervals at 0.5. What if we set that back to what it was? Which is per frame. I think we removed it per frame because it was doing quite a lot per tick. I'll set it to like 0.1. It's pretty good. I want to try something. It's going to look a little bit weird and there's going to be some spaghetti. But I want to try something. I make a new timeline. Underwater volume. Roll. No. Not what I want to do. I want to make it so it's not so immediate, right? Not so abrupt in the change. The only problem is that if the player quickly goes above and below the water, it's going to sound a little bit weird, I think. Unless we just do a play and then reverse. What if we do that? What if we do... Play reverse will make the float track... Let's say just like 1 second. I mean, it only needs to be between half a second to a second. It really does not need to be long. Quick 0 to 1. We need a lerp between the cached volume and whatever the intended rate is. It's not gonna work though because we set it twice. Time for spaghetti. Is finished only fired when you play it in order, or is it fired, oops, sorry, when you play it in reverse as well? Only way to know is to try, right? I'm trying to think of an elegant way to do this that doesn't introduce bugs, because this right now is buggy. Let's use a Boolean. B. I'd almost need to do it the same way that I handle this. The exact same way that I handle the ambient volume. bully Ian? Who's Ian? This does work. This works. Do I just want to copy this and reuse it then? Because all we need is a change rate and a new ambient volume. That's it. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it. Best card game I've ever played. Award has to go to Sonic Battle on the Game Boy Advance. It was a card game? Change rate. Oh, only in the bearer sense. What do I need? I need new ambient volume to move to. Volume. Cached ambient. Cache play rate. So if I copy these down here, what does the sequence look like? Zero to one, not looped. I'll literally just steal this name for it. Someone moves if they didn't come out quick enough or didn't hit hard enough. That's pretty cool. I like that. Change that. Needs to be for the underwater volume control. Daytime ambience. No, we want to get... Get volume from UDS weather. Date, weather. Change rate should be 0. Start with 0.5. New weather volume. Run that if true, otherwise if false. We probably shouldn't do cached. I'll call this one global. Cache weather volume multi global. It's weird, but we'll do it that way. Maybe that'll work. Oh, I think 0.5 is not the play rate we want. I think that'll turn it into 2 seconds because it multiplies. Wait, 1 divided by 0.5 is 2. Cache weather play rate, 2. Set play rate. I think the play rate is a multiplier. So if we want it shorter than a second, if we want it to be half a second, the play rate should be 2. 2 times speed, not half speed. It's a little bit weird, but that's the way it works. All gets watched in the post game when you can equip a special that takes the moveset of one specific character and they come out so fast that you're invulnerable for the duration. What the fuck? It's kind of broken, but fun. Let's see if this works. It should mean that the change in sound is not immediate. Okay, it didn't work. Oh no, it's updating that too. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Oh, negatives. Wonderful. Negative volume. I approve. Damn, radio game is wild, right? Spaghetti time. Let me see if that helps anything. Yeah. The do once doesn't help because I see the issue. Okay, number one, I do want 0.5 on this because that's what my 1 divided by does. I remember now. We're only the fire once does work. It 100% works. The issue is that we then want to, after we initially change it, we want to update the volume every tick while the player is underwater. So we want to wait until the timeline is done. until the timeline has finished playing in order to continue updating it. Okay, how do we do that? Where's the timeline component? Weather change, no, underwater volume control, get... Finished. Is playing. That should do it, but I know of one case where it's going to sound weird. But for most normal gameplay, that should work. The fade back up is definitely better than the fade down, but it is working. Kind of. Although I think what we had before was serviceable as well. PlayStation 2 menu sound. I saw an image on Twitter yesterday of somebody who visited like a museum, and in their retro gaming section they had a copy, they had a PS2 and a copy of GTA San Andreas. Retro gaming. The rise back to the surface sounds better. Yeah, Final Fantasy X and San Andreas. Yeah, I scrolled past. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck, dude? You can't even put like an Atari 2600 there or something? Really? PS2 is retro? I don't know. I mean, it is, but I don't know if I would have put that in a museum as retro gaming, right? Now, we are the old ones, right? You're not wrong. I feel like the volume is being set improperly. Like when I jump in the water, it sounds good, right? It kind of slowly fades down over half a second. Or no, it's when I'm coming back up, but when I go down, it's immediate. I mean, I kind of like that, though. Hold on, first let me move this to greater than -20. Should help a little bit with some of the surface stuff. We really shouldn't be using set volume. I feel like it should be, get sound. Can I get sound class? I feel like this is not the way to do it because we read... Well, it might be. But setting the volume directly... How do we handle it up here, though? We set volume multiplier, daytime, weather change. That's ambient volume. I think it's because Ultra Dynamic Sky has its own occlusion for sound. I wonder how they handle it, because that however they handle the sound volume of theirs when you like go in a cave, we need to do the same thing for ours too. Sound. I wonder if they have a parameter or something. Blueprints occlusion. This updates sound occlusion, so what do they do with it? Disable volume. Enable volume. Wait, what? Oh, periodic context checks. If true, occlusion multiplier. State occlusion multiplier. UDS player occlusion. So it's a scene component as part of what? Hey Lilystorm, can you help me prove the primes from 100 trill to 100 trill and 100k? At least the first... What? Can you help me prove the primes? Isn't that what like Prime 95 the software is for? Proof the primes. What do you need to do that for? Okay, player occlusion is directly linked to Ultra Dynamic Sky, and I assume weather. So it might be a component within Ultra Dynamic Weather, right? Player occlusion. Okay. So instead of updating occlusion state object reference. Sky occlusion state is a data asset. I wonder if I can directly update that then. You want to do it yourself to make a new discovery because I'm also finding Pisano periods. Games doesn't do that. Also pretty sure it only searches Mersenne Prime. I think it does only check Mersenne Primes. I want to check Primes between 100 trill and 100k. How do you even do that in a efficient manner? Instead of updating the volume mult, we can occlusion state object reference. Let me try that. Use AI to write a program. That's how I found the prime. I'd be curious though if AI could write it efficiently. Yeah, now you need to prove it exactly. How would you prove it though? I mean, if it was a prime number, couldn't you just, I don't know, write a program that just outputs false every time it fails to perform the division? You know, without a remainder? So you would just have it increment and go up? I mean, it might take a long time, but I think that's really the only way to accurately prove it, is to just keep incrementing until it prints out true, and if it prints out true, then, you know. I mean, that's just, I don't know if that is even realistic. At a certain point, I feel like the numbers would get so large that, you know, there's going to be a drop-off. Can you VC on Discord? I mean, I'm not a programmer. I'll just put that out there. You know, I'm not somebody you should trust for programming information on this. There's a cool vid about the efficiency of that. I'm sure there is, because I don't think it's very efficient, but I may be wrong. Set occlusion multiplier. I think this is more realistic to call, because then that doesn't affect the volume, just how occluded it is. Go test it. Yeah, I think if you want to do something with primes, you're gonna have to go to a programmer who's really good at getting efficiency down. Well, that didn't work. Oh, it's because I never gave it the object. Hold on. Weather occlusion state. There we go. That might be why it doesn't work, because I didn't actually give it the data object. How about now? No. Test if underwater. Wait, what? I was mad at a script for not working. Turns out I was modifying the wrong object that had a copy of the script. I left component based code. Yeah, it's just... What are you gonna do? Wait, it's sky occlusion state, not weather occlusion state. Hold on. It still didn't do it. Unless it's just being overridden per tick. Yeah, I think we're just doing that. Okay, so hold on. If I can get the... Is there something that I can change here for being underwater? Something I can force? Ultra dynamic weather, set player underwater. Can I get the component? This is UDS player occlusion, but it's not an actor. I can't like get component of class, right? That would be wild if I could. No. But I know it's part of ultra dynamic weather, I think. Oh, fuck, I don't know. I don't want to change the volume class directly, or the class volume directly, because then that will fuck up the settings. And while it functions, it doesn't... It's not the way that we should do it. We can get away with it with the ambient volume because I'm adjusting the volume multiplier of a cue, not of the sound class itself. So when you change the sound class, it will have an effect on the cue, but it isn't modifying that, right? They're separate. Here, the weather is all playing to a... It's all playing to a class. A master weather class, and I mean, maybe I could switch on weather type and adjust the cues separately, but I would like to avoid that. Just sounds a little bit messy. I assume with this occlusion volume, when the player goes into it, it's probably checking if the player is with like inside of it and adjusting settings based on that. Yeah, occlusion traces, update current occlusion. Test if inside occlusion volume. I guess I could place an occlusion volume inside the water. I mean, I guess I could. Maybe that would solve the problem. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that before. We have an occlusion volume around it, don't we? For blocking out particles. It says it affects sound inclusion. Clearly that's not working because it's probably doing traces. It's probably doing traces. And it's piercing through the water. Hey Rice Boyle, how you doing? I think the occlusion testing test for occlusion volumes, trace for collision, multi-line trace by just 4 objects, actors to ignore, physics body. Oh, that's right. That's right. We went on a whole thing that technically the occlusion volumes are physics bodies. That's right. It was very weird. Right, I had this tab open in the background, so just sitting here for hours listening to Raptor ASMR. Me struggling to get some sound working. I didn't think this would be that complex to do, but it's definitely turning out to be a bit more annoying than I had intended. You believe in me? Well, thank you. I mean, I'm sure there's a way that we can do it. Even if I have to use a separate subclass for the weather. Could I change the submix? What is a submix? What the hell is a sound submix? Input. Output. What does this do? Because maybe I could update the submix. Add submix effect register. I don't even know what I'm doing with audio. Submix effect. Oh. Reverb. Sound submix. New sound submix. What is a submix effect preset? I'll try making one. Audio. Submix effect preset. Oh shit. An EQ preset maybe? EQ bands, frequency, bandwidth, gain. I don't fucking know. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Let me refresh my mind. Ooh, sound stuff. Give me a second. Hello, I am back. Okay, let's not do submix. I don't think this is going to lead us to the light. Are you the real raptor? No. He's gone. He is gone forever. Sound class. Here's the issue we have. So I can easily make what we want to do work. The problem is the only way I can make it work is by adjusting the volume of the weather sound class. The issue with doing this is that then it fucks up the settings, right? Because if the player has set weather to sound, 50% volume, and I just adjust it in game during runtime to 20%, it's going to show up in the menu, right? It's not the way that we should be doing it. It works, it's functional, but it's not the way we should be doing it. I wonder if we could set a separate class. Like SC_weather, and then nest that class into it. Because then I can adjust that class, and that'll work. Toilet 8 Raptor. You guys are crazy. Let me try doing that. Where's sound? The fuck is it? Oh, it's audio. Audio sound class. There is a sound class mix. What is that? Allows you to set EQ settings and modify volume and pitch and properties of sound classes. Okay, hold on. Maybe mix. SCM weather. Sound class effects. UDS weather. How do I do this? Apply EQ effect, EQ settings. We wanted this to remain normal. Passive sound mix modifiers. Sound mix SCM weather. I mean, it does have child classes, but we're going to try this first. How does this sound normally? Does it sound like it should? Yeah. Closed my ambient time of day. If we can adjust that mix during runtime, then we can do it. Mix. Sound mix class override. We don't want to set sound, we don't want to do that. We want to like adjust it. Or we make a submix and let's start with the weather class. Let's start with the class. UDS weather, volume, pitch, fade in time, apply to children. We shouldn't need to, but I'll just do that just in case. And then down here we do that volume. Although, no, technically it should just be one. Yeah. We'll see if this works. I really fucking hope so. I think we have a winner, and it doesn't adjust the weather slider, although it is being a little bit weird. There's like a reset, and I think it's because set in here activate automatically when the sound of this class is. I think it's set to reactivate every time it starts playing. I should delete it from here. And just run it through this. Let's try it. Can I grab the volume multiplier of this subclass mix? Or not? Sound mix. Push. I will monitor on my other screen while we play from editor. Still hear it though. Okay, I'm gonna be adding Fortnite to you guys and your plans, they're terrible. I love it. Why does that happen? If we can fix that one bug, it sounds so good. If we can just fix the bug with it, like, popping. Oh, I don't know why that's occurring. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think it's because it's okay. I think the issue is that it's pulling directly from the fade in time is pulling directly from the sound class. Or from the current sound class adjuster values to new ones. And of course the sound class is 0.8 or something, right? Do we have to... How do we fix that? That's my theory, at least, is that's what it's doing. But just to see if there's any errors with the lerp, I can check that too. And apart from it not clamping, maybe it's because it's you know, I think it's because it isn't clamped. Actually, that might be it. This might be a much easier fix. And it's the simple fact that this is not clamped. And so it's trying to set the volume to some like negative amount, which is causing some weird issues. Because it didn't seem to occur when we were above the threshold. It seemed to occur when we were below the threshold. Yeah, okay, so I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So we'll just set the minimum value to 1. I clamped you. Oh, it's because we're still lerping between 0. Okay, so let's just do 0.01. It'll be barely audible anyway, whatever. Initially, I was worried that that was being caused because it was looping sounds and it was resetting that submix. But I think it was just because the input volume of 0 was causing some issues. Why is it going negative now? Hold on, bring the clamp back. I'm retarded. Flip it and ship it, folks. I forgot I still needed the clamp because otherwise it'll produce negative. Lesson learned. That's good. And it's independent of the slider now, which is exactly what we wanted. Come on, that's pretty good, right? You gotta admit, as somebody who isn't a sound designer, I don't do a terrible job. I do a terrible job with implementation of my sound design. It's very messy, and I'm sure a sound designer would absolutely spank me for how I get this working, but I do get it working. This Minecraft, yes. This is Minecraft with RTX. Power of NVIDIA. I'd like to adjust some of the colors when the player's under here, but I think for now, I'm relatively happy. Will there be wild Pokemon for you to sneak up on? There will be animals. I mean, you can sneak up, you can throw potions at them. This is snow. We also need to make the waves a bit less turbulent for the lake. I just haven't gotten around to doing that yet. Okay, last thing to do for this would be adjusting the pitch. I don't know if going up or down in pitch makes it sound better. You know, I want to like make it sound like it's in a cave, right? Or not a cave, but that's there. It's muted. I'm not sure which direction the pitch needs to go for that. I really don't know a lot about audio at all. When you're underwater, it would sound deeper, wouldn't it? So maybe like a pitch of... Let me try like 0.2. I mean, I imagine it would sound deeper. Oh, I need to get away from that. I'm gonna taint it. It's hard to hear. I think just setting a pitch is not good enough. We would have to change the EQ, but I don't really know what I'm doing with that. So pitch for now would probably just be what I do. I was also thinking that if we can modify wave settings during runtime, and I'm not sure we can, but if we can make it a little bit more turbulent during weather, like storms, and calmer when it's just, you know, average daytime. So that'll be the next thing that I look into, is figuring out if these waves can be adjusted based on weather. Oh, that sounds pretty good. You guys hear that? How does that sound for when you're underwater? You hear that change in pitch? I don't know if I'm going the right direction though. I'm gonna invert it, because it's at 0.5 right now out of 1. I'll try setting it to 2 and see what it sounds like. Try setting it to 2. Although I do like how that sounds. Oh yeah, that makes it higher pitched. We don't want that. No, 0.5 is what we want. 0.5 sounds perfect. Okay, well that's a much better way to handle it than what we were doing. A little bit awkward in terms of the setup with the do onces. But it is functioning. Which means that this can all be deleted. That can go. Oh yeah, it's kind of weird. Well, it's not needed anymore because we have fade in time, so we don't actually really need that, do we? Let me give it one more test. Okay, last thing for audio would be, at least for the moment, would be to set up the underwater sounds to be linked to a master class, probably for ambient sounds. Speaking of yesterday, we made sure that you can't hear ambient sounds underwater, right? Yeah. We could actually do a pretty similar thing for those when you're underwater. But it's fine. At the very least, let me find the audio class for the underwater sounds. God, I don't know. Search by audio class. Sound class. Sound cue. I don't know which one of these plays. Is there a way to check which audio classes and cues are being played? I guess I could change all the sound waves individually. I'm pretty sure that's the one that gets played. Oh, it's this one. Hey Aga, how you doing? You can use the reference viewer to see if the sounds are used anywhere. Methinks, yeah, that'd probably be a good idea, Boom Raccoon. I think I should just set all these, because some of them don't appear to be linked to cues. I don't know what the fuck that is. Reverse. Some of these are ambient, some of these are more sound effects. How you doing, Boom Raccoon? How's your Tuesday? Would you classify underwater sounds as sound effects or ambient sounds? You know, honestly, I might classify those as sound effects. Personally. Not ambient. Although it does say water ambient under. So now I don't know. No, it's an ambient sound because it doesn't have a source. It is existing when you are in that state. So no, it is 100% ambient. Yeah. It's being overridden by something. Why? Yeah, it's for taking a break from refactoring my customized version of the Lyra game settings. Oh boy, game settings. Oh man, settings menus are... I had to make my own settings menu too for Cauldron Chronicles, and yeah, it's a whole thing. I don't like the way I did it, but it is working. So I can imagine. I can empathize at least, right? Where is this used? Oh, there's ocean ambient, river ambient, and waterfall ambient. So which one does coastline? Oh, hold on. Yeah, I know the pain. That's waterfall ambient. Really? Flux surface, river, ocean, coastline. So it is calling ocean ambient. Okay. Let's test that then. Ignore the birds too. The birds automatically go away when there's weather. Just that I'm starting the game. I'm forcing the game to be at rain when it starts, so that's why we hear them initially. Okay, that's working. Okay. We're good. Next order of business. Let me change it back to daytime here. Or I'm sorry, not daytime. Clear weather. Nice and sunny. There we go. Nice and peaceful that is. Let's adjust the waves on this so it looks more like a lake. I mean, this would be pretty good if it was like storming, right? I'd be pretty happy with the amount of turbulence here. And we can make wave profiles, right? So we could duplicate the settings on this. Oh, this is just like adjusting wave height and frames. Okay, so there's not really anything special there. Let's first make it look good, although I will copy these properties. Just for the moment. Profile size, let's do 100. Do I have to... Wait. Is that changing these waves? Yes. I like those coming in. Oh, distant... Okay, so that's shore water. We need distant water. I see. Ocean wave animation. That's fine. Ocean wave length and choppiness. What happens if I set this to 0? Okay, so that works a little bit. Wind direction. I don't like the white caps of these, right? That doesn't look good. Just divide it by 10. It looks a little weird. Technically, I do have a wind parameter that I can probably hook up to this, but I want to hook it up to the trees as well. And I haven't done that. I think I can do that, though. I think there is a global parameter for the trees so that they can all blow a certain way, because right now it's just kind of single direction, right? Let me see if I can do that. 4-eye butterfly fish, nice. There should be something called wind in here. Tree Global Wind Master. I think it's this one. Use global wind settings. Where do we set that? I'm pretty confident that there is a wind setting that is just default to UDW. Or it's either part of ultra dynamic weather or ultra dynamic sky. I think it's part of weather though. Get wind intensity. Let me try printing this. Just at 3. Hold on, where's tick? Right now it's not changing. What about wind direction? We can probably adjust that, right? In each of the weather states, we can adjust the wind intensity. I'm curious if any of these change just automatically. No, there isn't. How can we push this to here? Where's the wind intensity? Not sure if we can see. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for as a material parameter collection. Exactly it. Let me filter then by that. Let me just do it that way. Material parameter collection. There's one for ultra dynamic, foliage, environment settings. Scalar, wind sway, intensity offset, and a direction. Oops, shit. Sorry, I just bumped you guys. That should be exactly what I need then. Grass wind, small size, small amplification. There is a simple wind intensity and a simple wind speed. What's the difference between intensity and speed? Okay, well, we know the parameter, we know the collection exists, so let's check if the trees are actually utilizing it. I mean, they are for sure swaying, but I want to know if they're using... wind. Oh, wait, it's the tree trunk and tree leaves that have it. Okay, tree trunk. Use global wind settings true. Wind sway influence effect offset fall off. Global wind. Is that from here? If I change this to 50, what happens? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and believe that that for sure is the parameter affecting the wind intensity. Yeah. If I had to make a guess, that's for sure the one that we're looking for. Good to know. It looks so silly. It looks so absurd. They are, it's almost, I like it actually. Sometimes, you know, just increasing values to some absurd amount in games. It's so fun, just so many weird things can happen. It was at 1 before. What does 3 look like? Right. How can we hook this up then? We can do an event on... We can do events on weather change. That's not an issue. I suppose we have to see if the actual direction and intensity look good. I can always, you know, I can always modify it. I can always do a normalized to range and then just use that for a lerp instead. I don't know what controls weather direction and intensity though, or wind. Maybe I have it disabled. Wind direction. Enable wind direction variation. Yes. Direction of the wind on UDW is controlled separately from the weather state. Okay. Using the wind direction variable in basic controls and the settings in the wind direction category. In addition to the movement of weather particles, the wind direction also controls the movement direction of clouds. Weather override volumes can also override wind directions as well. If apply wind direction is true on a WOV, the wind direction settings below will be used. Okay, so each of the weather settings probably don't have their own... Let's see. If I go to these, wind intensity. I mean, there's no way to change direction there. I guess direction doesn't really need to change. We just really need to change intensity. Yeah, thunderstorm goes up to 10. I'll plug these in directly. They're going to look pretty silly though, because I think the intensities of the wind from UDW are a bit too much. But like I said, we can normalize that to what is expected from the parameter collection. Hey Fluffy Jester, we are setting up some wind for our weather so that it can properly affect the grass and trees blowing in the right direction and the bushes. And then I will try to do the same thing with our water. So that as the wind changes, the direction of the waves change as well. At least, you know, on the surface, right? That's the goal. Hopefully it'll look cool. That's the intention. Let's try the trees first. Where do we want to put this into? Should we put this into UDW? Or a separate listener? Let's just throw it in UDW. It'll be good enough. No, we'll do it in a separate thing. I know I'm flip-flopping. Get actor of class. Ultra dynamic weather. Alright, now we should be able to find event. I don't know if it was weather display name changed. Or I guess we can just grab the... On tick, we can just grab it, right? We can update the parameter. Let's do that instead. On tick, get wind intensity, wind direction. However, the wind direction was a vector value, wasn't it? How do we convert that? How do we convert radians to a vector value? Radians to degrees. There's vector to radians. Wait, is 0 to 360? That's the degree. That's not the radian. What is the radian considered? Somebody with math proficiency help me. Well, radian is 0 to 1, which is up to 180 degrees, right? Or no? What the fuck is a radian? An arc of a circle with the same length as the radius of that circle subtends an angle. Okay, so this is 1 radian, 2 radian, 3. Hey Kent. Do D games also need... Wait, what? Do 3D games also need... What do you mean by juice? Oh, pi. Okay, so... Pi radian is exactly equal to 180 degrees. We don't need that. We need degrees to vector. But I don't know if we can do that. to vector. Convert degrees to vector. Convert an angle in degrees to a vector. Okay, so you do x times the cosine of radians. I don't fucking know. I don't know shit. Convert from degrees to radians with this approach too. Somebody who knows programming a bit better, tell me. So the x of the vector is equal to the input degrees times the cosine of the degrees in radians? No juice versus juice. What is this? I can't seem to open that. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I mean, the second one obviously looks better. I mean, top one is great for prototype, right? Because you don't need any of this. This is just fluff. But if you're just prototyping, this is more than enough. Today is math day. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we convert. Here, we'll use ChatGPT. And hopefully it'll be correct. Explain to someone who isn't good at math how you convert from an input degree to vector. Is it 0 to 180 that it accepts, or is it 0 to, I'm sorry, not what it accepts, but what it outputs? We're gonna see that. Wind direction. Where did we see that? It was, oh god, where did we see that? I don't know if it went up to 180 or if it goes up to 360. Well, either way. It's gotta be up to 360. Okay. Angle degrees. Measure rotation from a starting line. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. In a 2D space, a vector can be represented by two coordinates. Yep. Agree. The unit circle is a circle with a radius of 1. Okay, that's fine, yeah. For a given angle in degrees, x coordinate represents the horizontal component, y represents the vertical component. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cosine and sine gives the y coordinate, sine gives the... Or, I'm sorry, cosine gives the x and sine gives the y. Convert degrees to radians. Most trigonometric functions use radians, not degrees. Convert degrees to radians. Okay, so can we take degrees to radians? 3 to radians, yes. Here's our radian. Wind direction. Okay, and if we take the cosine... Oh, there is actually cosine for degrees. Let's check that first. Cosine and sine degrees. So this should return the x and return the y. And why are we doing this again? We need... Oh, because it's a vector, right? It's a 2D vector for the input. But I'm not sure if... Well, I guess we can see here, if r is just meant to be 0... Enable wind. This is a material function. Okay, so the wind is controlled here. Does it? I don't know if it's using X and Y or Y and Z, or X and Z. I guess I could change it. I could just update it here and just see what happens. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, if I... Right now the R value, which is X, is 0. What if I change this to 1? Okay. That definitely changes something. I've set X and Y to both 0. I see no movement. Or very little. I set X, Y, and Z to 0. Okay, so my gut feeling is don't fuck with the Z. It's just going to be X and Y. What do we want to update? We want to update the material parameter collection. Set vector parameter value of foliage environment settings, parameter name, wind sway direction, split. B should be 1. Alpha, I think, was 0. Yeah. And this will be the X and the Y. We could change the tick rate of this too to like every half second just to make it a bit more optimized if we see it causing an issue. It's definitely applying something. How can we get that to change though? How can we give some variance, some randomly generated variance to the wind direction? Variation speed is 1. The speed that the direction of the wind will randomly change within its acceptable range. Just says it's random noise to vary the direction based on runtime. Let's increase the speed then and see if anything happens. I don't really see anything happening. You guys see like the trees change at all? I don't really see anything happening. Oh wait, wind directional source? Maybe it needs a source actor. Okay, hold on. Where do I find that? Wind directional source. It says it only affects speed tree assets, but it seems like UDW has hooked that up. I don't know. I mean, the arrow is definitely changing. Doesn't seem to be updating the wind direction. Which is weird because updating the wind settings on this does seem to update that actor, but it doesn't seem to be... I know why. Guys, I'm retarded. Just kill me now. I didn't put the actor in the scene. I'm wondering why it's not working. It's because the actor is not in the scene. Look at me. Just ignore it. Just end my existence. Okay. Well, it's definitely swaying in a different direction, but it isn't updating. Why is that? Let me see if I can find the function that it's calling. Random weather manager. Wind direction. Current wind direction. Okay. When is that updated? Set current wind direction. From a combined wind direction, okay. WOV. What was a WOV again? Wind. Set a WOV here. WOV. Weather override volume. There is no weather override volume. Otherwise based. Oh, is 0 2D? Okay, true. Otherwise, okay. So wind direction is equal to base wind direction. Or, I'm sorry, base wind direction is equal to wind direction. Which is just set to 180. Okay. Enable wind direction variation true, tick behavior active. Those are true. So, do a bunch of math. As far as it looks like, it should be applying variation, but it isn't. Okay. Rate current local weather state. It's applying a variation. I can see the float here. Why is that not coming back to me? Am I calling the wrong thing? Is it not? Should I not be calling wind direction, but instead be calling something else? Maybe get current wind direction? There might also then be a current wind intensity. Get wind direction. No, it's wind. No, that looks okay. I might have just been calling the wrong thing. Okay, that's definitely it. Yeah. Okay, we know that's working now. Let's set this back to a more reasonable standard here. Current wind direction. Now I'd like it to apply to the grass and bushes as well, but I don't know if they pull from that same parameter collection. Grass clump. MI grass 01. They don't really, they just kind of go to might be part of Plants Master. Global wind, so bush leaves, tree leaf, all the trees, all the bushes. Reference it. That's it. Yeah. Do I feel confident enough to try and make the wind affected too? No. No, I do not. It would be cool, but I don't want to touch the grass. I don't know very much about materials at all. I'm a little scared about that one. But if I set all the bushes to use the wind directional settings. Takes time. It's gonna update everything around the world. These should then change which way they're blowing. Or maybe I'm crazy. Well, the change is it's very slow, very subtle. I mean, we can set maximum wind direction variation up to 180. Why not 360? Kind of weird. Maximum deviation from the starting wind direction, which the system will allow. I don't know. Either way, we do have the wind updater. I'd like to see if we can get this surface actor and adjust its wind direction as well and intensity. We can also set scalar parameter value, not for material. Why can't I do that? Wait, where's my... Set... Oh. Am I going crazy? Oh no, okay it is. Never mind. I'm going wild. Wind sway intensity. That'll be the wind intensity here, however... We do want to be a little careful because it's going to be quite significant. And so we will probably want to normalize this. Because 3 is going to be quite wild for your average day. I think 3 is actually pretty good for... Oh wait, we want to... Hold on, we need to normalize first and then clamp. Because I think UDS goes up to 10. It's not gonna work. Clamp, normalize. Lerp. Zero to 3. That should provide a more stable setting. And then I need to update those. I don't know what to close. Close this, these. Okay. Yeah, let's update the weather. I don't know where they are. Weather presets. Well, the wind intensity is here. Okay, clamp 10, normalize 0 to 3. What is this value? .9. It didn't change it. Why doesn't that change it? Current? Yeah, I thought I looked that up. Intensity. It's like there's get wind intensity. This is manual weather state. Lightning, wind directional source. EPWF. Maybe it's get current. No, let's post-process wind fog. Kind of weird. Maybe nothing changes it? Hold on, we'll find it. Those are functions. Current, wind direction, sun variation, speed. It said it was in manual weather state. For wind intensity. Which is only going to change if I change it. Get wind intensity, get set wind intensity. That's on copy weather state though. Populate weather state. Let me try an alternative. That's better. That works. Obviously the transitions will be more, you know, or I should say less noticeable when they're happening normally in game for weather changes, but yeah, it's working, thank God. I really like working with UDS and UDW. They're way more friendly. They have tons of event calls, tons of information exposed. Sometimes, you know, it's just a matter of determining which one you want to call. So I can say that at least. Now what we want to do is see if we can hook up those same values to our coastline here. Actually, it wouldn't be coastline, it would be ocean wave. Flux ocean wave. Distant. Set ocean wave fall off height length. That should be what we want, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have our current settings for distant water. We'll copy those. We can also do a switch. Or select. What do we want to do here? I could do a data table of ocean wave settings for different weather states. That might be a smart thing to do. Let's do that. Wave weather settings. Or just wave... No, wave weather settings is fine. Let's make a new structure. ST wave weather settings. UDW weather display names, I think is what we want. Yeah. Perfect. Although technically that should be the row name, so we don't want that actually. Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of finagling for that one. Or no, we can do it this way. It's fine, we can do it this way. There's reasons I shouldn't, but also there aren't that many weather states to loop through. And we can always break when we find the right one, so it's fine. We want how many floats here? I don't know yet. At the very least, we'll want wind direction, which will be a 2D vector. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Again, I'm sorry, I'm drinking a lot. Then I'll get up. Ugh. We're making good progress. Good progress. Alright, jumping back into this. Yeah, let's set up we for sure changed height, wind direction, and animation speed. Ocean wave wind push. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Wave profile. We'll adjust it for clear skies. We'll save that info. And I guess we can just keep making a new row for each of these as we feel it seems to suit The game. Okay, probably don't want to adjust movement speed because it's water, right? Oh, I see. Okay, so that's how much it plays as it gets closer to certain objects or the beaches. Exclamation point drop. We don't know if drop's enabled. We could though. You don't have to apologize. You want to fish? Is that what you're trying to do? Do some fishing? You can type exclamation point fish to do that. Wave animation distance. Determines how far from the coastline the animation of the wave is starting plane. Number of waves. Okay, so the number of waves that we see before... Okay, so if I set this to like 10... Oh, never mind. Shore ground prediction is what? I don't know. I guess that changes what it predicts as being the shoreline. Shore color distance specifies how fast the shoreline color is fading. Oh, I think the fade is fine. Probably lower it a little bit, right? Quite fast. There seems to be no difference between 20,000 and... Oh no, there is a difference. I think that's a bit better though. Shore color height specifies how fast the shoreline color is fading with height change. Oh, that's probably what we wanted to do, right? Or at least let's do this. Yeah. That looks a bit better. Okay, those we shouldn't have to change necessarily, although I think wave profile size. Let's set this to 3000 a sec. Oh my god. Okay, that one we might... Jesus Christ. Setting that back to 300. We might want to change that a little bit if, with, you know, larger weather, right? So for sure, wave profile size should be a factor here. Let's call that wave profile size. We'll make a data table for this. ST wave weather settings. DT wave weather settings. Clear Skies has a profile size of 300. I think we can do the same thing too. We don't know which ones we want to change. Probably anything that increases the... I mean, we could just lerp it between wind intensity, right? Do we need to set up a data table specifically? No. And the reason being is the weather state will change, but ultradynamic weather will slowly will slowly adjust the values according to what the new weather should be, right? It will transition into the new weather. But if we detect when the state changes, we will have to play our own transition for that. So instead, we can take the direct values of things like the wind intensity, and then we can lerp two specific wave profile sizes and heights that we want to achieve. And I think that'll be a more elegant way to follow the exact settings that ultradynamic weather will give for us. I like that idea better. Which means we could push some of this to functions. But for the time being, I won't. Set wave profile size, and we want to lerp. I should do this in a function, but I won't, just because I want to test it out. We take the normalize for the wind intensity. Lerp it between 300 and let's see what a good maximum would be. $1,000 is maybe a bit much, but let's try 800. Next up would be distant water, ocean wave length. Probably that's not what we want. Wave choppiness helps, I guess, only if height is pretty high. Okay, so let's do a wave height. Oops. Between 1 and, let's try 250. Wave wind direction is going to be from the cosine and sine. Hopefully those will match up. I really hope. We shouldn't plug those in directly though. We need to... Is that negative 150 to 50? Maybe that's okay. We'll see. Can't tell if it's actually changing it or not, but I think it is. I think it's working. Maybe not. Should be running though. Unless you can't change it at runtime, which is very possible. That would really suck if that was the case. Let me just try forcing in some ridiculous number. See what happens. don't think you can. Let's see if there's something in the fluid flux documentation about that. Simulation area can't be moved in runtime. Well, can we change it in runtime? I might have to ask them in their Discord. Because that would kind of suck. Unless there's a way to, like, force it to recapture. I assume that it has to do a new ground capture each time, which is why it works like that, and so it only does the ground capture once. Although that's weird. I'm gonna ask him. Can you update ocean wave settings during runtime, for instance, to change the well, I mean, like let's just do wind direction and wave height. We'll see if anybody gets back. It's not like a crucial thing, it's just something that I thought, well, if we have the parameters, sending them between each other shouldn't be too big of a deal. Apparently it doesn't work like that, though. Toggle update simulation. See if that works. No, the waterfall, that isn't updated yet. Waterfall and this river have not yet been updated. I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to get those updated with fluid flux. Those are pending. No, they're not changing. Okay, well, we can't do that again. Does Fluid Flux have solutions for waterfalls? We'll see. I mean, there is a waterfall map. I can pull it up real quick. Let me delete these things. I'll show you because it's, you know, it's a really expensive plugin, so, no, I mean, it's an expensive plugin, so if I can just show off anything, just so you can, you know, potentially save your money or something, I totally agree. There is a waterfall map. Now, this is a direct... I guess we'll see, because I don't know if this will create an infinite amount of water, or if it will... Actually, I don't really know how this will work. Give it a second. So you have the water coming from up there, right? It's gonna fall down into this simulation domain. Let me jump up here. This is generally how it looks. Obviously the sounds aren't the greatest, but this is what it looks like. So I'm hopeful. Definitely needs better sounds, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I think it'll work pretty well. Ignore that. Oh, I know why. Because we fucked up the we fucked up some of the swimming components for third person. It is what it is. I specifically changed some of the components so that they would work with first person. So yeah, the third person map is kind of forked a little bit. Probably why this sound was acting weird. Well, it appears we cannot update runtime settings of the simulation, which is what it is. I'll just leave the code there for now. That's kind of sad, but you know, whatever. Why is there an audio cue here? Oh, it's for the coastline. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it was expensive, so I had the same kind of thing was, you know, it's like, if I'm going to spend this money and I can't get a refund, will it solve what I need it to solve? And sometimes without seeing the files themselves and how it's set up, you can't know for sure, right? So I get it. Swoopish, thank you for the follow. I don't know why my follow alerts aren't working. That's kind of weird. Why is that? Did you guys hear the follow alert? Stream elements, are you broken? Nope, you didn't. Why are you borked? I have a Warpath sponsorship opportunity. No, I don't want to do that. Thank you, though, Stream Elements. I will pass on that. Thank you. Thank you very much, though. Did you see it pop up, but not hear it? Didn't even register. Swippish, you're invisible to Stream Elements. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know. I'll fix it later. Alright, do I want to tackle anything else before we end it for today? Because I'm going to jump over to Elden Ring, but I don't, you know, I don't want to be stuck in the middle of something when I do that. Otherwise, I think about it at home, and then I have to remember it when I wake up, like, hey, we were in the middle of doing this. I think our wind intensity and direction are okay. We can't update the water. I did want to update some of the water coloring. I like the blue. It's, you know, it's saturated, and I think that fits with our world quite well. I don't like the surface, though. The fact that those appear no matter what is kind of annoying. I wonder if it's anything with emissive qualities. Doesn't really get filtered out well. It's like it doesn't apply the refraction properly on those. You want to give it a little green tint because lake water is dirty. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like that. How can I change that? There should be a couple of base color presets that I can give it. Like green. I can also do like a dirty green. We could also make a new one too. I think that one looks kind of nice though. And you can still kind of see down to the bottom, so if you were looking like from the edge and we're trying to look for things underwater to dive into, you can still kind of see them. Granted, we're going to change the whole topology underneath the water once we start putting things in here, start putting assets down here. So I wouldn't take it too seriously. But I don't want it to be too deep, I guess. Unless we want to put like a cave or something under there. We'll see. I kind of like that color. Why do these not get blocked out properly? They're translucent blend mode. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Two-sided, cast ray tracing shadows. Do we need those to cast ray traced shadows? They don't even cast shadows. Use with static lighting, use with instanced static meshes. Indicates that the material in its instances can be used with static lighting. This will result in the shaders required to support static lighting being compiled, which will increase shader compile time and memory usage. I don't really know what those mean. Obviously, if we set these to opaque, it's going to look weird. Got some coffee and got some progress to make. Godspeed, sir. See you next time. Yeah, thank you so much, Boom Raccoon. Thanks for giving me some good hints, too. I really appreciate it. Okay, so that seems to definitely mess them up a bit, and that's probably because opacity isn't hooked up at all. It must be the... Actually, I don't fucking know what it is. I don't know what it is. Why are those so bright? This is gonna look weird, but let me try this. Okay, that didn't fix it. Can't be the ambient occlusion. Oh. Well, now they're borked. Oh no, they're fixed. Okay. I do have a, I do have some artist friends I can reach out to and ask them why that might be happening. Okay, I turned off them being two-sided, but now they appear incorrectly. That definitely did not fix it. Okay. One thing at a time. It could be the translucency, but... Oh, maybe this planet is kind of doing it too. Let me see what this material is set to. Maybe it's translucent materials. When do you apply the underwater post-process? Seems that the clouds are rendered on top. Hey, Noisy Cat. That sounds like the words of somebody who knows what they're talking about. I will defer to you. How do we... It seems to be with translucent materials. Now, Forgive me for not speaking art lingo very well. The translucent objects do not draw to the depth buffer. Okay. I'm not an expert. You sound like you know more than me. Depth buffer. Is there any way that we can trick this? Like when the player's underwater, we do something with them? I mean, we can't change the shader type. That's certainly not going to do it. The blend mode, I mean. That's not possible during runtime. We could change the materials to something that's opaque. But that seems stupid. Can feed the information of being underwater to the cloud material. What would I do with the material, though? I can definitely feed it to it, then render the clouds with the underwater effect directly in that material. In the cloud. Like, where do you mean? Like, render a different material on top of this when underwater? From a parameter collection? Then this material that draws the cloud. Explain it like I'm stupid. Because that's about the level of knowledge I have when it comes to materials. I can definitely feed a Boolean parameter in here. Or, trigger something within these. I can make these. I think these are, they're static mesh for now. I can make them a blueprint. That's a blueprint, so I can, feed information to it quite easily. Create a dynamic material instance. Although we would still need this to be translucent. Feed B is underwater to the material of the clouds, then in the clouds themselves change the actual colors that the output depending if underwater or not. That could work. They will at least appear different, yeah. They at least won't appear as if no change has been made. I could do that. There's some refraction being applied. But it's very minimal. Or blurring, I think is actually pretty much all it is. A little bit of blurring and a little bit of sway. It's a workaround, not very proficient with the render pipeline. You sound more proficient than me. Maybe there's something within the transparent. There's nothing. Translucency. That's not what we're looking for. Corrections applied later, yeah. Could be a screen space effect. You might be right. Because ideally, the same thing would happen here with the sun. Well, if it was screen space, it wouldn't matter what data we're feeding it. Well, the sun is creating light. I'm not sure. I mean, we're making a prototype, so Should I really be spending my time on this? No. But, you know, if I can learn a little bit something extra about how we can fix this, that's always something I can pass directly on to the artists to save them time if we use similar translucent materials. It is odd. Like, it is a post-process effect. It should be happening. Maybe there's a setting, I don't know. Maybe it's like a lighting mode. Volumetric rendering. The root of the issue is that the clouds are rendered in a post-process after everything else in the scene has been drawn. Could you show where the underwater post-process material is applied? I will try. The blueprints for fluid flux are a little bit all over the place. Underwater flux surface under. Love looks really amazing, super high quality. Thank you. It is just a prototype, so I shouldn't be wasting time on certain things, but I'm the only person working on this, so I can do whatever I want. I am the CEO. Nobody's gonna fire me. The function. Like here, is it? Screen distortion. It's just a texture. It's an alpha composite drawing on top. It's way beyond my area of knowledge that I'm confident with. I myself from fixing the things that don't need to be fixed. I mean, if I can learn right now when our company has no burn rate, or I guess, you know, a little bit of burn rate because I rent an office, the better. You know, and when we then move to working on our vertical slice, I can tell them, hey, I already tried this. Here's how I fixed it. Or, you know, we fixed this. Let me find the video from YouTube that shows how I fixed it. You know, that saves a lot of time down the line. So the more effort I can put into the pre-production here, I think it will help, especially when we want to get funding for the game. And we're going to need about $3 to $4 million US dollars of funding, so. Solo deving yourself? I'm solo deving for now, and we're going to try to get some a publishing deal. That's the intention. Look, surface. Maybe it's the water fog post-process? Maybe something else. Flux coastline domain. Ocean fog post-process is probably what we want. And there's a distortion on it. Fog volume post-process is the parent. Surface forward shading. Don't know what to do with any of this information. I mean, if it's something with the lighting mode, I could just change it to, I don't know. Does it appear broken? It appears the same. What does it look like? They appear the same. Underwater, they also appear the same. Okay, let me try one of the other ones. What is this forward shading? When in doubt, just check all the booleans and see what happens. Absolutely nothing has changed. No idea how this water thingy works. That's some advanced. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it matters. It's a prototype. Publishers will look at it and say, yeah, I could see some of the static meshes underwater. Okay. That'll be changed. When I employ, you know, your money, Mr. Publisher or Mrs. Publisher, is going to go towards funding a very competent art director. And that is not me. I will be design director, because that is what I do. So rest assured that when you go underwater, you will not see these. I don't need anything. Fuck it. Worst case, consider the workaround I mentioned, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, whatever. What matters more is what we put underwater. This will be fixed naturally when we have fluid flux taking place of this old waterfall. Because this is just a spline right now, so that won't matter. And this is the same thing over here. So at the very least, these two things will be fixed. It is what it is. Could have some practical skills. Yeah, it really is. I think every game designer should know, at the very least, the basics of everyone else's shit. Because if you can't communicate with people in art, if you can't communicate with people in sound design or programming, then you're not a very effective designer. You know, if they start talking about floats and arrays and functions and you are just, you know, blowing bubbles from your nose, what's your use as a designer? I mean, it's fine for like a junior, right? Because a junior is going to be working with a senior. You can, you know, tutor them. You can say, this is what a function is. Here, make this system in your free time or when you have some time. Learn how to do the basics of programming. But when I, you know, for me as like a senior level designer, I'm going to go there and I'm going to say, hey, when I go underwater, some of the cloud cards and the planet, I think because of their translucency blend mode, are visible. You know, that at least gives artists a basis to work from. Many companies I worked for suffer from this. People too detached from each other. Oh, man, I've talked to so many junior designers, and probably about half of them, there definitely is a case of, they're like, why do I need to learn programming? That's what programmers are for. It's like, bro, do you even know what game design is? Do you know what your job is? Yeah, it's to have ideas. Like, no. That's what Reddit is for, okay? Your job is to communicate, to filter, to blueprint ideas. People mistake these two. Yeah, I mean, if a game designer's job was to have ideas, then I would just hire Reddit. Is that large enough to cover out the water? I think it is. Should be good. What is this mistake being QA for playing games all day? Man, I have a couple QA friends. I do not ever want their job. Fuck that. Like, I would hate being in QA. Well, let me just retest this thing for the millionth time. Okay, I think that looks good. Got pretty visuals, so that's gonna take my 3D third monitor for now. Oh, awesome, dude. Third monitor. That's exactly where I belong. Probably minimized as well, to be honest. But to be honest, you know, when we were doing some competition analysis, we wanted to... I love alchemy. I love alchemy games, you know, combination of ingredients, things like that. But for me, pretty much all the alchemy games are like 2D, or when they're 3D, they're very simple. Like there isn't much choice for the player to make when they're doing their job. And our goal with Cauldron Chronicles here is to make more of a actual RPG, right? Where your potions can actually change the fate of the people that you give potions to. Like you can get them killed. You can just, they come up to your hut, you can say, nope, I don't want to do business with you, and see what happens. I mean, maybe that changes the fate of a realm. If you give an assassin poison, maybe a king ends up dead and now you have refugees coming to your hut. If you, I don't know, give him a health potion and tell him it's poison, maybe the king doesn't end up dying and he ends up, the assassin becomes imprisoned. Now, so many things like that. There is a game like that? Is there? Is it 3D? Bit less story focused, it's 2D. What's the name? Because I might have had it as part of our competition analysis. This one is usually for entertainment, the window is in the right place. Nice. Potion craft, yes. Okay, so potion craft is pretty decent, but there isn't much to the choices, right? There isn't much depth to the RPG element. In comparison, our game has actual named NPCs, right? I can show you some of the, we wrote one character already as an example. So like, here's the dialogue branches for our goblin thief called Spoon, right? And a lot of the dialogue that you'll have here can actually change his fate. You may piss him off, he may just leave and never come back. You may open up new encounters with him simply because you asked about something or went down a certain thing. You know, this is very, very much an RPG element. And you know, like I said, so they're going to come up to your hut. You are the expert, right? You are the potion maker, the alchemist. They're going to tell you their problems, and you need to actually sort out that problem and say, okay, I can make this. Okay, you don't want it to be too strong. You want this flavor with it. Okay, problem solved, I can do it. But making the character's potion the way they want isn't always the best solution for you on a moral level, right? You may not want to help somebody that wants to kill others. And you can just say, no, I don't want to help you on moral grounds. And so, okay, that NPC won't ever visit again. So it is a named NPC. You have a much larger element of this overarching story and each character's story. For instance, our goblin thief may end up married. He may end up not married. He may end up in jail. There are multiple times where you may kill him if you don't provide him with the potion that he's seeking, or it's not good enough. There may be times where he brings you back more loot from his adventures because you did a really good job. So, you know, we're going for that branching narrative as opposed to potion craft, which is more just along the lines of like reputation. And if your reputation is low, you have more like bad people showing up. If your reputation is high, you have the other way around. This is more character driven and choice driven. And I think we can achieve it. It's not cheap. That's why we have a pretty high budget, right? About 3 to 4 million US dollars, 15 people, 10 to 15 people full time. Have you seen the game Beholder? I'm thinking it could be of some use as a reference. Yes, I do know Beholder. And what I can say is we showed it off to some publishers. They seemed very impressed. They liked how much we had and the fact that our trailer was entirely gameplay. And I'm hoping to continue that trend as we go forward. As you know, a bit of an ad for Microraptor Games, but we are very ethical and transparent here. We want to show the industry and players what they're missing and stick it to AAA. We don't like scams, no loot boxes, no NFTs, no blockchain, no microtransactions, no day one DLC, no pay for convenience DLC. No bullshit that is intended to scam or abuse you or treat you as anything other than players and customers who deserve to hang on to as much money as possible. Ethical pricing, ethical treatment. And you're gonna see all the dirty shit with game dev. I do like how far you can see down here. I think that's gonna make it really nice for a stylized game, where you can see underwater creatures and explore some ruins, harvest ingredients underwater. That's gonna work well. I like it. And the shading artifacts. Yeah, that's just a problem with the with how steep that is. That'll all be fixed. Oh, and the oh, you mean these artifacts? Ignore these. That's how clouds look. To be honest, we could probably delete those. There might be some volumetric clouds. Actually, I don't know if there are. If there's any static, well, I like how they look. They're supposed to kind of represent some fog that occurs, you know, when you're high up in the mountains. And it looks really nice from a ground level. You know, I think it looks pretty decent. But maybe there's an alternative way we can achieve that. Oh, this is good for people who don't know what you might say, should we support this game? Should I support Cauldron Chronicles? Are these guys really as good as they say they are? Let me show you the altar of Kek. So this here is a nice little, you know, part back in our prototype level. Just a bunch of stones. You know, we have a nice little pig running around here. Beautiful stone with some crystals around it. A little lake. It's all good, right? Well, if you head up to this altar here, a magical thing happens. And our Lord and Savior Kek is revealed. I think it's good. Yeah, that's good. That's one thing. The second thing that we have is a beach ball. Reminds me of The Witness. I was thinking the same thing. I fucking love. By the way, that game is a good reference for how we want to do our open world. Dense, traversable. I don't want space. When people think of our open world, I don't want them to think of how large it is. I want them to think of how much quality there is. Okay, the butterfly just hit the ball. They do like to play with the ball. But I would kind of like to play with the ball instead at the moment. Hold on. I need to get it in the air. Shit. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Personally, like games that have both some regions that are packed in Also something to give you some breathing space. Let's put it this way. I think that The Witness combined with some stuff that like Genshin does or Elden Ring, right? Where we kind of have this landmark based level design where we give you these big open spaces to see the beautiful... Okay, here we go. Hold on. You'll hear it. It's wonderful. And yes, the publishers were sent that build where it does that, so... If you're wondering if I can walk the walk, I can. Publishers can handle a little sexual ball moaning. And they can handle Microraptor games. But no, I completely agree with you. You know, I like when there's those big open vistas that the player can just know that there's nothing in the immediate area for them to explore, for them to find, and really they can just kind of look and enjoy it, right? What's the plan for the prototype? What mechanics do you want to have before you show that to people with money? I would like to have, at the very least, the barest implementation of every mechanic that we have in our game, right? Our first playable. From there, we would be seeking funding for a vertical slice. And that will be, we will recreate everything from scratch in a proper world with proper code implementation, proper assets, right? Because that is the purpose of a vertical slice. And have our pipelines all ready for production. And I expect that will take probably about... Well, I mean, it's full production, right? So... Let me pull up the budget. Okay, you guys cannot share this with anybody. It is confidential, okay? So... just make sure that you don't tell people that I have a YouTube video and stream where I show this. Nah, I'm just kidding. We show this on stream all the time. So we're looking at probably about... Ignore the dates, too, because I just use that as a reference. But about 9 months for first playable creation. And I think that we're going to be spending a bit more time for that because this does this does include that we have programmers on board, which we don't at the moment. It's just me. But if we can get funding for first playable, I can bring 2 programmers on board, and I think we can have first playable done in 9 months maximum. From there, our vertical slice is going to be definitely more complicated. I think getting all these people within the first 3 months is going to be pretty challenging. Because people take time to hire, right? But then it's about a year, I would say 9 to 12 months, probably for vertical slice creation with most of the team on board. Especially within the last 3 to 4 months. It's not going to be easy. But I'm looking at hiring mostly senior individuals, so, you know, people who don't need a lot of onboarding. Ambitious? Yes. Undoable? No. Or not doable? Impossible. Not impossible. It's ambitious for a smaller studio, but for people that already know what they're doing, you know, hiring people that have already made games, I don't think it's that bad, actually. I think it's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's 15 people full-time. We have a producer, 2 designers, QA, 1 level designer, which I think we might boost up to 2, but we can always do, you know, this is full-time individuals, right? So if we need some other level design, I can always contract individuals for that. 1 level artist, again, we can contract. Narrative designers probably need to be increased to 2. 2 3D artists, 2D artist and UI designer. We're going to have a lot of 2D though, so we might need to contract and outsource some of the 2D. 1 character artist, same thing there, might need to outsource some of that. Animation, I think 1 animator is probably good enough. 4 programmers. 3 programmers during production, we can always outsource a little bit of programming. 1 DevOps and an accountant. I think it's pretty fair. We usually want to do things that are ambitious rather than what sells. That kills a lot of indies. Yes, it does. A lot of the things that kills indies is that they make games that aren't marketable. And it's because either they don't do market analysis or they don't think they need to. I don't know, it depends. As a programmer, I can say outsourcing programming might be difficult. I agree. But I think if we have 3 programmers, and these are mostly at senior levels, as far as I know. 1 regular gameplay programmer, and then we have a senior generalist and 1 lead architect. I'm sorry, did I say regular gameplay, senior generalist, lead programmer / architect? I think that will be pretty damn good for this game. Especially because if we do our pre-production properly, most of it will just be re-implementing and properly putting in the architecture for the systems we've already made the vertical slice for. So I think that it'll be pretty okay. Lack of market analysis, strong contender for first biggest failure point. That, and a lot of indie games just aren't marketable, right? They're like, oh, this is my dream game. It's like, okay, well, your dream game also needs to be a game that other people want to play, right? And you need to determine what's your PPU, what's your desired number of units that you want to sell here, who is your market, like, what does your average player look like? What is your average player playing? Are they playing, for me, it's like, okay, these are players of like Genshin Impact, players that enjoy open worlds, players that enjoy sandboxes, players that enjoy RPG elements. So it's like, okay, so if I'm taking these, then I'm going to be looking at open world RPGs, people who like sandboxes where choices matter and they have a large effect in the world, and people who like casual games like Stardew Valley, farming sims, other simulator type games, right? Like job simulators, immersive sims. And I need to compile that all together and say, okay, how many people are actually buying games like this? How many people are buying our competition? So that's when we load up our pitch deck. Actually, I think I have it in here. I have a PDF, that'll work. And in our pitch deck, I need to put this in here of our competition, like Potion Craft, how many sold, Potion Permit, Potionomics. This is our competition, and it's like, how are we different from this? What are our selling points, right? And that's where it's like our alchemy system, our NPCs, our open world, the potion combat system, and this whole corruption mechanic, which we don't even have in our first playable yet. Don't lose your voice. I lose my voice all the time. It'd be much easier to sell it to investors with this kind of attitude and being aware of these things. Yes, 100%. Most indie devs, number one, they think that they can make their game and self-publish it. And in a lot of cases, that just isn't true. I'm sorry. There are too many games coming out. The market, especially Steam, is way too competitive. And if you think that your game that you spent 3 to 5 years making is going to return that value back to you, most of the time you're insane. Right? And if you can't sell the game to a publisher, that means your game probably isn't marketable to a significant degree. At least for the amount of money that you're asking. Which means your game probably... Nah, it ain't gonna work, right? Now, it's not to say that you can't do this. I want to put it that way. You can't... It's not that you can't do this. It's just that if a publisher looks at your game and says, yeah, you know what, this game probably isn't marketable for the amount of money that you're making this for, then how do you expect, as a self-publisher, to market this game successfully and make your money back? You probably can't. And if your game is viral enough that publishers are contacting you and saying, hey, let's talk. Hey, let's talk. How much money are you looking for? You might have an opportunity to market it successfully. However, that doesn't mean you can market it successfully. There is still... Your game can be great. It can have an audience, but if it doesn't hit the right channels, it's never going to be seen. So it can still be worth it to work with a publisher in order to just have them market the game. Not even do publishing or whatever, just marketing. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, what systems do you want your game to be released on? What languages? In that case, it can still be worth it to work with a publisher for porting and localization. And there are a lot of publishers that do that very, very well and take that off of your hands. And if you've never worked on console games before, you're going to have to work with certification. And if you've never worked with certification before, holy shit, is it just a massive time sink and stress sink that if you have somebody that can do that and has done that before, it's so much nicer to work with a publisher that can take that off your hands. Does the publisher have a say in the price? Yes. In fact, the publisher is the one that will set the PPU. Making a game akin to Party Animals Gang Beasts but focused on co-op rather than competition, would you have any advice on me how I could approach marketing? I have no interest in working with investors and no need. Are publishers the only way in your opinion? Share clips. I mean, you're working on a game. Hold on. I am losing my voice. If you're working on a game that has multiplayer elements to it, right? Co-op elements, you're probably going to want to look on like TikTok and see how, what is it called? Chained Together? Chained? What's the game that's blowing up right now? Like Kai and Speed are playing it together. Everybody's going crazy with this. Chained Together. Look at how Chained Together is doing this, because they probably have clips on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, that the market for your game, it's probably on those sites. And those types of games right now are going to blow up. So share those clips, let them go viral. Funnel people into where you need them, like a Steam page for wish lists. And that's what you're going to want to go for. Now, if you still need money and you still want somebody to handle other aspects of your development, like localization, porting, or marketing, having more Steam wish lists is going to get you a better deal when you go to a publisher, right? So I still think that a publisher can be worth it. You just need to determine what do you want a publisher to do and what do you want to do yourself. Need more resources on conversion ratios on Gen Z platforms. Yeah, I don't know anything about those platforms, so for me, I'd be in the same boat as you. Advertise streamers. Streamers can work well too. Yeah, doing some marketing campaigns with streamers. Very valuable, thank you. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. Somebody taught me this stuff, and I've just had to I don't know. I worked at a company that didn't want to teach me biz dev because I think they were afraid. I know for certain that the person above me was afraid that it would make him less valuable to the company. So he didn't want to teach me. And then the person in charge of the company didn't want to teach me, probably because he was afraid that I would start my own company if I learned biz dev, and I would expose a lot of his bullshit, which I have. So, I kind of just had to jump into the deep end and just talk to publishers and say, well, I don't know what a pitch deck looks like. I've never made one. I've never had to talk to publishers. So let's just see what happens and learn from my mistakes. And we're getting better. Our first pitch decks were kind of shit. Our second pitch deck is better. I think this is a pretty decent pitch deck, but it's still a little bit too wordy in some cases. But if anything, your game is going to speak for itself, right? In a lot of cases, you want a budget and milestone plan. If you can't provide, here's our game idea, here's gameplay of what we have so far, here's our budget, here's our milestone plan. Those 4 things are what you really need. Because they're going to want to say, okay, how much money do you need? Does your game fit our portfolio? And how much time is it going to take to make? And can we trust you to make it, right? And especially if you're like a solo dev or you're a new studio, even if you've worked on games before, although it does help to say that. But if you're a new studio, you haven't proven yourself as a company, right? So you're going to want to show some proof that you know what you're doing, and that if you obtain the money, that you know what you're doing, and that you have set clear goals with what you want to achieve. And for us, we have some of that already handled. Here's our game. I can say, look, I made this mostly myself. However, all of the assets were, obtained from packs, right? Because I'm not an artist. But I did this system, this system, this system. It's all available on YouTube if you don't believe me. We're already funneling people into our socials with streaming the game. We're being very, very transparent. And I think that has definitely helped to assuage some of the concerns that publishers have with, well, we don't know this kid. We don't know Microraptor Games. He says he's worked on games before, but, you know, what can he really do? So I think streaming this has done a lot to prove that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Sorry. My voice is starting to go. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I'm glad I can share I'm glad I have knowledge to share. Because it was only through the good graces of other people who had knowledge to share to me that I am here doing the same thing for you guys. And I hope that it is helpful in some way. That doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. That doesn't mean that we're perfect developers. We want to make as few mistakes as possible, and we want to be as good of developers as we can. But that's a road. It's an unending journey. More coding, less yapping. I agree. I agree. What am I doing today? I don't think I want to jump into anything big. I think I might move over to Elden Ring, especially because my voice is starting to go. But I'm very glad what we did get done today, which was fixing our audio issues. And at least setting up the wind so that it works properly with our trees. Cue the music. Yeah, I did click that right on time, didn't I? Again, we are not perfect. This level is not perfect, but this is just a prototype. And the only purpose of our prototype is to sell this to publishers so that when they say, you know, what's this game about? Should we fund you? We can show them what we've made and... Oh. That was working. Why is that not working anymore? Our occlusion volume is failing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello, occlusion? Kinda weird. Snow, so I mean, it was working this morning. What happened? Okay, it's fixed. I don't know, sometimes the volumes like to do that. They just like to fail sometimes. So far it hasn't happened when I build the game, but it happens in editor sometimes. But thank you. I'm glad you like the wind and the rain. We also have snow too. We made it so that the rain leaves little droplets on the surface. And you should barely be able to hear the ambient sounds when you're near the surface. But as you get deeper, right here. Still hear something though. Oh no, maybe I broke it again. God damn it. Damn you. Okay, hold on, we can't switch over to Elden Ring yet. Game's still broken, need to fix. Oh, because I deleted this. Hold on. I remember I said, why do I need this? I don't think I need this anymore, and then I deleted it, and now I realized, no, I still need it. Classic. Don't delete this. You need this. Check VOD day 110. I think today's 110. 111. 5 hours and 26 minutes in. There. Now I will never delete it. I should do this more often, to be honest. I really should. This would be like those horror games. What? Developing? That's the horror game? You leave clues behind? Okay, so when I was modding Darkest Dungeon on my overhaul mod, and they're still there, by the way, I would often just leave code comments in there of whatever I was thinking and playing at the time. So I remember for sure, I'm pretty sure I was coding it when Fallout 4 came out, and there's quite a few comments in there about my feelings about Fallout 4. And if you download my mod, you'll find them in there. Oh yeah, this looks nice. There's a significant number of profanities in there as well. Okay, that's better. So you can like hear it a little bit. Full. A little. And then not at all. Great flashbangs, hell yeah. Also, I should turn these on so you can hear the water. There's a, if you hear the audio cue here, I'm going to delete that at some point. It's my old audio cues. Oh, that works really well. Just some old audio cues need to be deleted. And the snow doesn't really have any, you know, sound to it, so it is what it is. The thing is, too, we do have dust storms, but I haven't implemented them. But, I mean, theoretically, I could. The game should fully work with dust storms. Anything that can receive snow should receive dust as well. Ignore the birds too, they shouldn't happen. So things will be covered in a thin layer of dust in a lot of cases with the dust storms. Pretty cool though. That works well. I'm excited. I'm excited to start putting in an underwater biome. There's some creatures, some new ingredients to find. Maybe some secrets. Oh, it's gonna be great. Where's the dust storm look at night, by the way? No, wait, that's not nighttime. That's nighttime. Again, give the audio a second to fix for the ambient. I kind of like it. I like the lights and how difficult it is to move around. But you're kind of drawn to the just to the barest of lights that exist. What kind of system or plugin are you using for all that weather? That is Ultra Dynamic Sky and Weather, which is only $40, if you can believe it, for a fully functional, very, very easy to use, implement, and modify weather and time of day system. Yeah, those translucent objects look kind of crazy, don't they? I might just delete them or something. Find some other way to handle them. Some of the weather particles disappear too, probably because they're also similar. Whoa. Underneath the water, though, gets very hard to see. I don't think it should do that. Is it just because it's nighttime? No, it's definitely because of some kind of like dust fog or something is being applied. Yeah. Yeah, either way. Maybe it was the time of day. So it's more hazy now. Huh, weird. Yeah, it must have been. It does also have rainbow as well. You can't see it because it's currently below the map. And it's only on when it's immediately after there's been like rain. So it depends on the height of the sun in the sky. But if we set this pretty low, and we quickly trigger. Yeah, there we go. We get a rainbow. Which is pretty cool. Before I used the plugin, I didn't know that that a rainbow is based upon the position of the light source. So that's why rainbows appear more during earlier in the day or later in the day. It's pretty cool. Go to the end of rainbow, find that gold. I wish I could. I do have volumetric clouds enabled. Yeah, the clouds do look alright. I don't know, I'd love to find a different way to handle and hide some of these seams on the map, so maybe I'll try to look into a way to do that. Either way, I'm pretty happy for what we accomplished today. If you guys don't want to continue watching me because I'm going to be switching over to Elden Ring, that's understandable. We're doing a pretty cool thing where we're trying to find every single item in the game. Like, every single one. And we're currently at a pretty good percentage, but there's a lot of, like, small things and armor sets that we're still missing. Like, here's all of our armor sets, and we're definitely missing some here. We're probably going to be tackling that today because we just finished up getting all of the weapons and shields that we could achieve in this run. We have to do new runs to find the next ones. And we're missing some talismans too. Ashes of War, Spirit Ashes, Sorceries, Incantations. A lot of things are missing. So we're going to be jumping over to that, but for today I'm pretty happy with what we achieved. And tomorrow we will do more of this. Let's upload our changes. More fluid flux changes. Updated trees to work with ultimate dynamic weather, wind direction, and intensity. What else do we do? Fixed sounds when going underwater. And I hope that they work. Hey Lazarla, how you doing? Alright, I'll upload those. Let's jump over to Elden Ring and I will change my recording. So for people watching on YouTube, bye-bye. See you tomorrow. See you for next one. And if you want, catch me on the Elden Ring playthrough if you want to watch more of me. And catch me in the act of a very hot take that you can cancel me over, because we love having those.